Uh, hello? Every fucking time. Really? Cable. Nothing. Jesus fucking Christ. Every time. And every time, I don't remember what the hell the fix is. So I guess stand by while I try to debug just the simplest, stupidest thing. No. I think last time it was uninstall and reinstall of cable, which is stupid. It is stupid, and it's dumb, and it's stupid. Let's turn off voice meter. Restart voice meter. Why are you in there? You do not need to be. Windows. Sometimes I wonder why I even do this. Sneasels. No? Nothing? Nothing. Also, mouth. Why are you being annoying? Huh? Eh? You're not even dirty. Why are you being annoying? Technical difficulties. Stand by. I need some elevator music. Why won't you work? No. Really? That. I want that. Well, no wonder everything was going to shit last time. Or not last time. I figured it out last time. Time before last. Uh, Also, son, you are really freaking annoying. I really don't want you in my eyes. Ain't one thing, it's enough. Story of my damn life. $62 by 62. Sure. Alright. Got a little piece of foam there. Of course, stuff in a way. Stuff in a way, get out of way. There. Window completely blocked off. Now back to figuring out why the audio doesn't freaking work. I think it's voice meter. I'm like 99% sure it's freaking voice meter. Because I can't even get it to go to VIO or auxiliary for whatever stupid reason. Yeah, speakers work just fine. Voice meter. Voice meter, why won't you just fucking work? Ever. What? You're telling me it's not a good device? Okay, that's a good device. What? Hello? Okay, so for whatever reason, why are you saying that? Huh? Okay, so voice meter is not playing nice with the thing that I use to make my laptop speakers actually fucking work. Because Windows doesn't understand how to use an amplifier correctly and output power from the motherboard to the speakers. So Windows left alone under its own devices, you can't hear the speakers in this freaking laptop. It's a gaming laptop. It has a loud fan, and you can't even hear them Like everything full max, nothing. Download a little program and install it, and it boosts all the gains. Okay, cool. Now I can hear my freaking speakers. Apparently the motherboard has the capability of doing it. Windows, why can't you? So, whatever, fine, I have a program. But now, Voicemeeter is not playing well with the, the program that I use. No? 96. No. 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 Restart Voicemeeter. Again. I really need to come up with something different. Something that actually works. Because I'm not a software guy. I have no desire to be a software guy. I don't have to fight with freaking software every time I open the freaking software. That didn't work, so it's shut down and restart again. And of course, it doesn't remember where you put it. Nice. Yeah, don't know what that is. Okay. So the issue is definitely Voicemeeter. Lovely. But like, I should be able to output to cable, and cable should just work in OBS. I shouldn't need Voicemeeter. What? What the? Oh, well, it's definitely Voicemeeter. It's definitely Voicemeeter. Because I turn off Voicemeeter and it starts working. Which I don't think I was running Voicemeeter on this machine in the first place. I think I added it for one thing when I was doing stuff in Arizona. So, how about we just close Voicemeeter? I don't think I need it. I also wish to add this other camera real quick. Okay, so we're doing some setup stuff, which, sorry, I kind of want to do something like this. Go on the thing, thank you. Okay. And then video capture device, 930E. Oh, okay, it's in a road trip. So road trip needs to go away. Remove. Yes. Standard sources. Video capture device. 930E. There we go. Really? There is a camera. Hello? Okay, now OBS is being stupid. Not showing me the device that it knows full well is... there it is, finally. And I don't know why the 930 is so orange. Everything on the 930 is orange for some reason. I don't get that. Okay, so we're going to custom. 1080. 30. That's a little bit better. I don't know what the heck it was doing. What were you doing before? Were you trying to, like, upscale? Hello? Yeah, I think it's trying to upscale. Just run at 30. I'm gonna have to undo the transform on the 920. You'll see. You'll see, you'll see, you'll see. Okay. So, stand by. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We're fine, I'm fine, everything's fine, it's fine. Also, tape measurement. Why do I have ball bearings all over the floor? What did I break that had ball bearings in it? You guys remember? I don't remember. I also need to fix that. Why are you that? Oh. I guess auto works. Auto didn't work in Arizona for this camera for some reason. I don't know why. But okay. It's working now. And then stand by again. Because we are going to go to studio mode. Turn that on. Boop. Hey, look who it is. Haha. And it's the right way around. Really? Yeah, it's the right way around. Interesting. I had it all flipped. Oh, maybe because I had that in a different window. And OBS remembers the last window you close. Cool. Okay. Now we get on Discord. Can I? How do I? Channels. Channels. Huh. Interesting. Why is it most of this stuff turned off? Oh, that's why. Okay. Because I was playing with stuff. Gotcha. Okay. Collapse everything, because I don't know why you had to expand everything when I was clicking on stuff. Whatever. Notifications. My face itches, like, everywhere. What the hell's going on? Okay. We're actually going to open Studio. Stand by. I'm going. This is an Asus, okay? Okay? I have an Asus gaming laptop. The first thing I did when I purchased this thing was I nuked the OS and put a fresh OS on it. Okay? No bloatware, no manufacturer-specific softwares, bloatware, no spyware, nothing. Fresh OS. Boot and nuke. We're going to switch, you guys. We're going to come over here. We're going to come over here for a minute. So when I got this thing, I boot and nuked it. Which means there should be nothing on here that I did not put on myself. Yet I regularly see a thing for HP Smart something something or another. I'm like, well, I've never put that on here, and nothing that I've ever installed should have ever put that on here. And it's not in the programs and utilities. So, stand by while I do a little bit of checking around, because I'm tired of it. Nothing. Okay. Auto runs. Will you tell me what I need to know? Why is there anything to do with HP on this machine at all? There should not be HP anything. Nothing in there either. How is something trying to run if it doesn't exist? Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yes, it can. Actually, I own it. It is mine. You will do what I tell you. Christ. Excuse me? I'm not allowed to... Excuse me? There's nothing it's open in. This is why Windows is stupid. It doesn't even tell you, it says, oh, it's open in another program. What program? So I can find it and nuke it. Because it should not be running. I did not tell it to run. It should not be running. Whatever it is. Okay, this might turn into a PC thing. Dang allergies, man. Nothing should be running. Okay. You want to play it like that? The Type-C driver. Why is it being used if it's in a temporary folder? Huh. Okay. So, pardon me while I'm figuring out what the hell's going on. Okay, so it wasn't that. It was just coincidental. Oh, it just puts the embed underneath whatever the... Okay. I don't think I knew that. So it doesn't matter. Sweet. Okay, so... 30 minutes into a stream, I haven't done an intro or anything. And because nobody's here, it doesn't really matter that much. But my allergies are going freaking nuts. And it's absolutely incredibly annoying. I can tell you that. to die. Things and stuff and things, and stuff and things. So, thing number one is put this on. Goes up there. Goes up there. Like that. Just like that. Exactly, precisely, just like that. Thing second. Sana, how's it going? Are you in my Discord? I don't think you're in my Discord. You are? 3 days ago? Wow! Yeah, I started up and I started getting things like kind of sorted in the Discord, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna do a soft rollout. And I just sent the link to like 2 or 3 people. And I was like, okay, well, now it's time to do the full rollout, because they're like, yeah, this is pretty good. I think you can work with this. Okay, cool. Especially small stream like I am. And so I opened it up for everything. I started posting in videos, you know, putting the like a permanent link in videos and stuff. And I think I've gotten 3 more people than the people that I invited manually. So I'm like, ah, so much for the full rollout. I mean, to be fair, I don't check video descriptions myself. I don't know why anybody else would. That's kind of an unreasonable assumption to make. I guess I could start like in videos, making sure you have to call it out, right? That's the only way people will know, is if you tell them. So, you know, we'll do that. So what I'm going to do real quick is we're going to a boop, a boop, a boop. Haha. And I've got things to do. I've got stuff and things. So I'm going to move him kind of over here, like that. I've got to grab the tape. Oh. I don't know. Get all the stuff done that I need. Well, I know for a fact I'm not going to get everything done today that is in my head that I want to do today, because part of what's in my head to do today is taking the wood and building a bench for the 3D printers. We have now 2 printers, and we've got inside, I've got a table about yay high. I've got a table about yay high. And it's not very good. You have to sit in a small chair, and you're kind of scrunched up, and it's just kind of annoying to deal with. So I want to build something about rib cage height on me, so that the bench is, you know, right here, about, well, I guess about elbow height. So you're standing at it and you can just rest on it. Put the big printer on one side, put the little printer on the other side, however which way it works out. And I want to build it with slats as opposed to a straight flat surface, because the fans suck air in from the bottom, and it's got feet and standoffs to give it a good centimeter or so of height. But I think I would rather have a big hole in the table, such that all that stuff can come out of it. So, right now, it's going to be the things I think I am going to be able to get done today, which I don't even know that I need the door open right now. How about we close the door? Make the camera a little bit more happy. Loud noise has been going. Of course, there's no lights on in here. Doesn't matter what the lights that we do have are. Ta-da! Not all that great. Okay. So, today is contractor's multimeter for mostly checking current and voltage in, I imagine, houses. My roommate, while I was gone on my trip, my roommate tried to fix this for his uncle, and he says when you switch the switch, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So, we're going to see if we can't figure out why it's doing that. Okay. Then I've got Simpson voltometer and Simpson voltometer. There's stuff inside, so I'm not going to twist it all that much. I don't think I should do these today. I was thinking about doing these today, but thinking about it now, probably what I should do is order some wire. Because the wires that were in here when I first got the unit and the wires that I replaced them with were solid core. Every time I open this thing, you're taking a chunk of copper and you're just flexing it, okay? And every time I open it, one or more of those wires breaks. Usually near a solder joint because it's something rigid versus something moving. But I've had regular enough problems with this thing that I think probably getting rid of the solid core wire and going to, man, the reverb in here is nuts with the door closed. I never realized. Going to a stranded wire would probably be the better solution. Have a seal of some kind. No idea. I also have, I ain't doing it today, but I also have, I'd like to do this on stream and or in video. So the electronics store that I like to frequent in Arizona, which I'm 1,000 miles from it today, or what's the inverse of 1.6? Or what's the inverse of 0.6? 1 divided by 0.6? I don't know. Is it 1.6? One and a half. Ish. It's like 1.45 or something. So, 1,500 kilometers ish away. For those of you using not barbarian measurements. For whatever reason, they had a bunch of old hand tools. At this electronic supply store. The place I got both of these Simpsons from, actually. They had a bunch of old hand tools, and I saw this old drill, and I was like, you know what? I've always wanted one. Not that I'm ever going to use it, but I've always wanted one, just to say that I own it. They also had a couple of, they're not ratchets, clearly, because they're hand tools, but the little, whatever you call those things, the socket drivers? Probably be a driver. Socket driver. Manual socket driver. Good thing. If you go too fast, you can feel the crunchy crunchies in the gears. And it's, you know, it's got some patina. So one of these days, we're going to take and we're going to clean him up on stream and on video, and we'll post it on YouTube and all that fun stuff. My channel is literally just whatever. It's mostly car stuff because that's what I've been doing for the last year that I've been doing it. I also have, again, don't know that it's going to get done today because this is a bit of a, not an undertaking, but it's more messy than I want to get today, I guess. And that's the power steering rack for the Civic there on the bench. I put that guy, that's the guy I rebuilt like a year and a half. I put him on the bench. Yeah, I put him on the bench. I put him in the car. Put him because on my trip to Arizona, well, on my way back from Arizona, I drove down a dirt road a bit overzealously, perhaps, and damaged the steering rack that was in the car. Okay, cool. I have one at home. I just have to get home and swap it out. So I swapped it out. Put power steering fluid in it. Started it up. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Power steering fluid in it. Back and forth, back and forth. Power steering fluid's not moving. Cool. We're bled. No more air bubbles. Gotcha. Shut the car off. I go inside, I go to bed or whatever, I'm watching some videos or I don't remember what I did. Later, I ended up wanting to go to the store. So I went and I got some drinks at a convenience store down the road. And by the time I got back to the driveway, and I shit you not, this place is 4 blocks away. It's 3/4 of a mile. So it's like maybe 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers. It's not that far. I get there, I get back. By the time I'm pulling into the driveway here at the house, it's manual steering. Lovely. Okay, wow. I look and the reservoir's empty. Well, that's weird. Maybe I didn't bleed it fully, which it's a Honda. It takes that long to bleed. I don't know why I thought maybe I didn't bleed it fully. But I was like, benefit of the doubt. Sure, why not? Maybe there's... And I was like, well, maybe there's a leak. So, I check for a leak. I see nothing. The underneath is not wet. There's nothing anywhere. Okay, let's put some fluid in it, see if I can figure out where it's going. That was the thinking. So I put a quart in, which is 600 milliliters? No, it's gotta be more than that. How big is a quart? I don't even remember. In the US, we buy in this quart, so it's almost a liter. Okay. 950 milliliters. Wow. Guess I never realized that. Might as well just say liter. So I put a liter into it, and back and forth, and that disappeared. And I'm looking, I'm like, there's nothing. It's not going anywhere. Where's it going? So I put another quart in it. So we dump another liter in there, and I turn the wheel back and forth, and I look, and after 4 liters, or roughly a gallon of hydraulic fluid into the system, now I see where it's going. The passenger side bellows, the dust boot for the seal, and the inner joint of the rack is all ballooned up, and I'm like, well, that's where the fluid's going. And would you look at that? Apparently I put the clamps on correctly. They're clamps that you have to install. They're not just like squeeze it, put it on, forget it, or like worm clamps where you tighten it down or whatever. It's a band clamp that's supposed to. These don't have a special tool. Most of them, I guess, those of you in Germany, or well, I guess in Europe, see it before. If you ever looked under the hood of a car, you'll see Volkswagen, Mercedes, BMW. They like to use ear clamps, which is a metal band that has a little square box, and you put it over top of the thing and you squeeze it, and it clamps down. The issue with ear clamps is they're semi-permanent. And on anything like evaporative lines, fuel lines, any of that stuff, those clamps need to be replaceable by an end user. That is engineering 101. On any item that is going to be wear and tear, the things to do with that item need to be usable, interactable, replaceable, fixable, rebuildable by the end user. That is your design criteria. That is item number 1 in your design criteria. is can the end user deal with it? Or does the end user have to buy $6,000, euros, marks, francs? I used to know 40,000 rubles, 80,000 yen worth of tools, whatever unit of measure you count money in, a very large number of that. If the end user has to buy a large value worth of tools to work on the machine, you've not designed the machine correctly. In the U.S. specifically, I can't see it from here. I imagine it's a euro. It looks similar to, my eyes are crap and my knees are crap and I'm too lazy to walk the 2 feet over the laptop. Looks like euro from here. I'm like squinting. I really should have it closer. Bad streamer. But yeah, specifically German cars, I have always said, if you want something that the metal is going to last forever, buy German. Don't trust the German's electrical system. My roommate's got a Volkswagen Passat, and he had a GTI. His dad currently got an 05, 06 GTI. I've worked on 70s Mercedes, I've worked on 90s Mercedes, and Dodges subsequently, because in the US, so 1984 to 2009, Dodge, Chrysler America, or rather, was owned almost entirely by all the I don't know how companies do that. It's private shares or whatever, but how companies own other companies, like shell companies and stuff like that. So I don't know how all that works, really. All the intimacy, the little tiny fiddly bits. But Dodge, Chrysler America, was owned entirely by Daimler-Benz. And it was, in the US, Daimler Chrysler that sold Dodge Jeep Ram. Okay? 2009, Fiat, the Italians, purchased, I don't remember when the first purchase was, it was before that obviously, but Fiat purchased the remaining 45% of Chrysler America stock, and since 2009, Chrysler America has been Italian. Right? And you can see that in the Dodge Dart styling that came out almost immediately after that acquisition. It was a beautiful looking car. Love an Italian's aesthetics. Don't ever trust an Italian's engines or electrical systems. If you want to buy a car, I'm going to move the laptop closer. I see that one. That one I can't read. Give me a second. We're going to move this guy a little bit closer to me. Noises, 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 noises. Okay, I'm going to pick this up because those noises are really annoying. There we go. Yeah, also with an astigmatism, I have weighted contacts. So they have to sit straight up and down for me to see correctly. When I turn my eyes, they twist a little bit and it goes all fuzzy. Yeah, I think the same can be said for everybody right now. The last 10, 15 years in the automotive industry, at the very least, have just... And something about... I want to say it's going to be something about there's a new thing going around, right? And I'm absolutely guilty of this. I cannot say that I'm different or above or better. But this thing going around that is, this job isn't working for me because of blank, because of X, for whatever reason. It's just, I don't like my job. 40, 50 years ago, in the parts of the world that I've always thought it sounds stupid to say first world and third world. A, where's the second world? B, they're just different levels of technological advancements. Like, why not grade them on a percentage scale? You know, all the current amenities would be 100. Every single thing that you can consider would be a luxury, a technological luxury, would be 100%. And then the guy living in the woods, pooping in a hole, and hanging his food from the tree would be 5%. 0 is dead, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, that's a whole... I've got all kinds of things in my head, and they live there rent-free, and they never go away. But the last 10 or 15 years has been this, I don't like my job, I don't even have anything else lined up. I'm going somewhere else. I've done it. Doing it right now. I don't have a job. Haven't had a job in almost a year. Tuesday, I start a job, but it's more colloquially a job, not so much a job, if that makes sense. It's me doing some stuff, and I might make some money to pay my bills doing it. So that's been gaining more and more traction. People being comfortable where they are, and to hell with anything else, right? It's 40 years ago, you had people, they're like, well, I've got bills to pay, so I'm going to stick this out, whether I hate it or not. There's pros and cons to both sides of that argument. The cons, in my head, far outweigh the pros. So I worked at a job for 3 years, which granted for most people isn't a whole lot of time, but given my expected lifespan, is a sizable chunk. But for 3 years, I worked at... Oh, sorry, Sana. For 3 years, I worked at a contracting job out in the middle of the desert and nowhere. So it's remote work, right? And the job itself was amazing. The job was fantastic. The scheduling, however, and the management were not. So being contractors, my boss was the company I worked for. Their boss was the U.S. military, right? Whenever they say, hey, we've got this thing, we need to do this job, my company being civilian contractors should have, and they used to, 20 years ago, they used to say, okay, well, we've got these civilians that do this, they don't live on your schedule, right? Because the military is, oh, wing commander wakes up 0200, oh yeah, let's go dig a trench. All right, sound the alarm, wake everybody up, we're going to dig a trench at 0200. At the whim of whomever. Part of the reason I never joined the military. But we as civilians aren't that. We have fairly, not stringent, but fairly stringent restrictions on what you can ask, like what my employer can ask of me. And they push that boundary constantly. They're always right up against it. So we'd go in 1 week at 0200, you get the gate. And it's hours from home. You're driving hours away. Okay? So you drive for hours to get there. You're not getting paid for that time. You get on site, and you do your time, and you go home. Thursday. Okay, it was 410, so you work 4 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Usually. Thursday. You'd find out what time you were supposed to be there next Monday. And at one point, the reason I'm just like, no more, is at one point it was 0200 gate 1 week, 1300 gate the next week, 0800 gate the next week, 1800 gate the next week. It was all over the place, no consistency, and it was days to nights, The human body can't do that. It can't. It is not built for it. Some very rare people can and are. I am not one of them. So as soon as I absolutely could, I left. My last job I got fired from for things I'm not allowed to talk about on a stream. Which is really funny, considering the exact... Suffice it to say, Utah does not protect one's right to self-defense. Oh, trash can's too far away. Anyway, I'm supposed to be doing stuff. This stuff, specifically. So, this is going to be in my way. I've got this, but I don't think... Hey, what are you doing? Get back up. I don't think that'll work. What are you doing in there? This is the wrong drawer. Oh! My apologies for anybody who's OCD. I just noticed the camera's off kilter, and while I am fairly OCD, I'm not looking at it. I'm looking here. Sorry. I'm also sitting on a bucket. It's really annoying standing up and sitting down. So, let's see if this will reach. I don't think it'll reach. Oh, it does! Nice. Well, it's not that. Number 2, maybe? No. I'm gonna pull the battery out, though. I had... Where did that set go? I had a set of... Thank you. I imagine this... Is this a fluke? I think it's a fluke. Is it a fluke? UEL. Who's UEL? UEI. No idea. Whoever these people are, I appreciate them greatly. Because... Oh, hard plastic battery tab for your 9-volt there. Chef's kiss. And the fuse is right there in the battery tray. Oh, how hard is that? Seriously, when you're designing this, how hard is that? Oh, UEI, Korea. Go figure. Something, something, something. You want something electronics done pretty good? Ask the Japanese or the Koreans. They're really good at it. See, I had a little, like a kit. A little, like this thing, but like small screwdrivers. You know what I mean? Oh. Is it in here? Is it in here? Might be in here. It is to be. And I guess while I'm standing, I can be nice to people that are OCD-ish. You guys probably want to see what I'm doing on the bench anyway, now that I'm done talking. Right? Actually, tell you what, we'll do something even better. Okay, so move the tripod over there. We'll do this. How about that? Yeah! We can do that. Bucket, you're sideways. Thank you. Ta-da! Okay. Phone, go somewhere not there. Open this. Give me this. There we go. Yeah, boy. I really should set up like sound bites thing or this. So I'd kind of like to figure out a way to make YouTube chat mimic Twitch chat as much as possible, because YouTube's player, superior. YouTube's chat, makes me make little sicky noises. Twitch's chat is absolutely superior to YouTube's. Okay. Why will you not come? Hello? 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 Oh, does it come from the front? No way. No way. Can't be. It does appear to be, yeah. Okay. That's a, why is the buzzer attached to the front plate? That's weird. Okay, that's fine. Oh. That's nifty, isn't it? Koreans, man. The switch assembly, the clicky bit of the switch assembly is part of the front case. Interesting. The speaker buzzer is also glued into the case, which is slightly annoying. This feels not secured correctly. Also, do I have bigger? That appears to be an Allen or hex for those of you using whatever wording that is. This guy? Bigger! Good. Kurz ist gut. Das ist gut. It's a little bit lace. How about budget? Since it's Korean. 5mm. Alright. But 5mm is a little bit tight. I think I need to pull it out of the case fully. Right? So how does that work? No. And of course, being Korean, these are probably JIS screws. I don't have any JIS. But a number 2 Phillips seems to fit not terribly. Oh. That's not good, is it? Oh, okay. It's not good, it doesn't matter. Gotcha. Little button thing. Probably gonna take the clamp out. Does the whole assembly come? Will assembly come out? Will assembly come out, I think. Okay. There we go. Putting that spring back in there is going to be interesting. There we go. Don't need that done with it. Battery connector. There we go. Sweet. Okay. We'll put it this way. Okay, so there's something funny with this switch. The switch is being funny. Oh, this comes off. These people are so smart. Little micro PC header. So smart. Look at it. Look at it. We don't even need to take this out. We can put this back in here. Wow. Would you look at that? That doesn't even need to be removed. I like it when people do things intelligently. Here we are. Ta-da! Okay. Now that can go back in there. Bam! Look at that! Yeah! Okay. Oh, the switch is just... Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Well, that should be simple enough. I'm not going to disassemble it, okay? I'll show you guys why. So, most of the time, these LCD elements, screens and such, especially in meters, the way that they're powered, the way they're driven, is by a little foam strip with alternating conductive and insulative pieces, right? And if you disturb that strip from its manufactured and installed position at all, they really don't like it. It's so weird how precision they are in their positioning. It's not hard, crazy hard, to put it all back together and make it work, but this has a shell over top that's holding it down, which provides the pressure required to keep that element intact between the LCD and the board itself. But it also means that you can't just push it, realign it on the fly and make the element work. If it stops working, if it stops working, you're kind of only left with, what? Oh, yeah. If it stops working, you're kind of left with pulling it back off, trying to fix it, putting it back on, seeing if it works. If it doesn't, taking it off, it's back and forth. You know what I mean? It's annoying. It's not incredibly difficult. It's not impossible. It's slightly annoying. But everything else on here looks okay. I don't see any burn spots on the board. It's not been abused or anything. We've got some buttons here, and the little button pieces have stayed in the housing, which is good. You can see that's what these contacts here are. These kind of SE, whatever the heck you call those. Those guys right there. These tabs are conductive. The buttons themselves, that little black spot on the red one specifically, you see, it's conductive. So when you push it down and it contacts just across those contacts, it makes the connection and tells the thing to do the thing. But what I see in here is a little bit of dust. So I'm pretty sure I've got some contact around here somewhere. We're going to see if we can't find the contact. It should be in my electrical cleaner. Sensitive electronics. This thing is strong, obviously. Which is why anybody familiar with me and or my channel always have a cup of straws. Every time you have a can, an aerosol can, whatever that comes with a straw or even requires a straw, keep the straw when you throw the can away. When you are finished with it, keep the straw. Always. But we've got contacts on both sides. It's a header. I'd really like to pull it apart, honestly. I would really, really like to pull it apart. My problem with that is... oh, that's why. My roommate, when he rebuilt this thing... what? What? Hold up. Hold up. There's something missing. I think there's a washer missing. Funnily enough, I have a little washer from something else over here. You know what? We're doing it. I've got to get that screw set correctly. Ooh, it may not be. Oh, these guys might have been a lot smarter than I was giving them credit for a second ago. Okay, so if this thing comes off right now, without interrupting, disturbing. No way. Okay, and yeah, those contacts are a little bit dirty. There's some schmutz in there. Just a little bit. Sweet. Okay. So yeah, these guys are a lot smarter than I was giving them credit for. The LCD is held down by screws in the standoffs. Also, this is funny. This is marked with up, which I know you guys are not going to be able to see it at all. But this is marked with up on this side. The other side says nothing. But they're identical, right? The sides are identical. So it's got to deal with the orientation of that guy. It was facing this way. stand by. I'm going to give my roommate a call real quick. We're going to ask him some questions.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Anthony?
Of course it has. See, I don't know which way is up is the problem, right? Is it up via, or up in relation to the case, which would be screen up? If it is screen up, then this up was upside down. If it was up disassembly, this is the direction that you disassemble it, then that is up. I keep grabbing that piece. I need this piece. Okay, so off. What I guess I need to do then is I need to put it back together, spin this until it's off, which I guess there's no spinning it until it's off because it's just, no, that doesn't matter either. So why is this thing marked up? Okay, so I don't know how clearly the camera will catch it, but if you look at the contacts and the orientation of the hex, two corners of the hex face the contacts. And if you flip it over, obviously the same thing. Two corners face the contacts. So no matter what, it's always going to be the same orientation. Regardless. Irregardless. De-regardless. Unregardless. Im-regardless. Ill-regardless. So off would be vertical. Well, vertical. And then when you rotate this guy, bam, to current, he goes there. Okay. Buttons, don't come out of case, stay in case, thank you. Oh, what? Huh? Huh? Oh, come on, bro. There we go. Well, that's not off, is it? Huh? I guess that is it. Okay. So I guess it doesn't matter which way it goes. If it's symmetrical, obviously it wouldn't. So what I'm doing here is, obviously it's not installed to work, right? Because the switch is on this side of this PCB, not the other side. But I installed it on the switch, put it to the off position, right? Off. And then set the PCB on top and matched up, where the connections were. That appears to be fine. And no matter which way I place the thing, it's always clocked the same way. So it should be fun. So, now I just got to figure out, I don't know what happened here. But that's tight. I can spin it. I should not be able to spin it. Oh! Wonder if you put the screw in the wrong side? Or somebody put the screw in the wrong side? I don't know who. Needle, pliers. There we go. I've got me some needly nose pliers I had. I've got some pliers. Holy, that is cross-threading. Lovely jubbly. Oh man. What the heck is that? So, well, that explains that. So this is the screw that was in that standoff. I'm hoping the standoff is not destroyed. And I don't know if the camera will pick up the detail well enough. Focus! I don't know if you guys can see that, but that is a very coarse screw. Okay? That is a screw that goes into plastic. This is one of these screws. Thank you. Where did you go? Semi-magnetic pliers. Love them. There we are. Okay. This is the screw that was in the PCB, holding the PCB to the plastic case. I don't know if you guys can see that. I can't see it very well, but again, my eyes are not all that great. So that is a fine threaded screw. That is a machine screw. Machine screw goes into metal that is pre-threaded. Goes smoothly into there. Oh dear. So my roommate ruined this standoff. Little crunchy spot? Okay. Okay, I can work with this. Okay, I got it in there. Screw and stand up. Okay, cool. Cool. So the PCBs not being correctly mounted to each other is the reason why it wouldn't work. We will now have rectified that by replacing The wrong screw for the right screw. So, do you go in straight? Oh, and it went in straight. Okay, sweet. Sweet. Cool. Cool. Sweet. Sweet. Cool. Alright. So since it doesn't matter, do that. I am going to get a rag. I don't have anything lint-free, do I? So we will obtain a little rag. They're just shop rags. They're not ideal for this use case. But it's better than nothing. Butter! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sana, you still there? We have Butter and Sana. I seriously would love to see a collab from you guys. Buttercream. Like a cake-themed track. I think it would be amazing. Seriously. And then you could even do, so you do a good track that's buttercream, right? And then you do another one that's buttercream with beans. Mit bonen. You put beans on the track, and it's like, you know, it's a troll track. So you ruin it. So everyone plays the first one, they're like, oh, this is great. And then, like, a few weeks later, you release the next one, or months or whatever. You release the next one, and they're like, but the other one was so great. Why is this one so bad? I think that would be phenomenal. Yeah, stick it in, Zipkiss stuff, right? Stick it in the, Zipkiss category in the Discord. So I recorded a whole other session of, challenged by, I only had one noob finishable track, I think. No, I had mostly noob finishable tracks. I only had one challenged by, which was Lexer's. So I have recordings, and I currently have it up on the desktop. I started cutting it last night. I recorded them a month ago. Right, and there they are. Jadink, jadink. Nice. So I am still wanting to do the series. It's just my sleep schedule has been so just absurdly screwed up for the last whatever. Oh, Cyberpunk. I didn't think they were. I thought they were taking a break or something. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Let's go take a look at these. What? That looks amazing. The stuff you people can do in freaking Zipkiss boggles my mind. I mean, if you want to show it off, Butter, like, if you're okay with people seeing it, stick it in the server. Like, Zipkiss. I should probably do, like, a tracks channel in there, shouldn't I? Well, I got just some levels. I want to stick something. General would probably be better. Yeah, son, put them in the. So for right now, we're because I don't get a whole lot of submissions at this point. We're ignoring most of the rules. The rules for noob finishable, nothing that's a 30-minute track. It's an 8-minute lobby. Clearly, I'm not going to finish it in an 8-minute lobby if it's a 30-minute track. But yeah, I've got no new submissions right now. I have to So I have played all of the current ones up to. So I have the Funky Cup from Tiger Plays on PC. That's in there. That's a new one that I haven't recorded yet. And then, yeah, the last challenge by pros was Maki's Dredged Quarry that Lexer submitted. And so ideally, I kind of want the noob finishable to be your own tracks. Like, don't submit tracks for other creators. But the Challenged by Pros series, if you want to do something that's somebody else's track, submit it and Challenged by Pros. And maybe I'll change the names. Maybe it'll be 2 different series. But the Challenged by Pros is like, if you think a track is hard, put it in Challenged by Pros. Like, those are 30-minute lobbies. And whenever I do recordings, I have it open, and anybody can join me. And I set up the playlist. I set up the playlist hidden, and then once the playlist is in place, I go public with the lobby. And I don't schedule these things, so it's, if you see me on there, come join me. But like, you know, but yeah. So really, the only thing that is the rule that's standing now. We're ignoring the maximum 2 postings per person per week. I thought more people would see it and kind of jump on board, because it's not creating maps. It's just maps that are already in the workshop. Here, play this and record it, right? So I figured it'd be a lot easier than the ZMI, the ZMR, stuff like that, because those are new tracks. And V16 up and coming, people are coming back to the game, but it's still not, you know, a huge game. So new tracks take longer than tracks that already exist, right? And I'm motioning at the camera like you guys can see my face. I talk with my hands and I'm doing this, and you guys are just looking at the bench. So look at the bench. But hey, Colin, what's going on? Yeah, I watched one of Khan's videos from the last, I don't know, couple of days, and every time Khan posts a video right now, Quick Racer's in there just like destroying everybody. And the last one that I watched was the one where he was like, just drive the track, okay? Right? That was like the name title. Name title, yeah. And Quick Racer's in there with like a 58 or a 59, and Khan's just like, how in the world are these people doing this? And I'm like, dude, you gotta understand, this is the kind of track that Quick Racer builds. Quick Racer does all these like smooth multi-path tracks that have semi-hidden multi-paths. Like, this is Quick Racer's bread and butter. Oh no, not with the butter jokes. So butter, something you probably have to understand about Colin. He has the sense of humor of a 50-year-old man. Okay? Yeah. So we're going to be getting a lot of those. Sweet, Sana. Sounds good. Yeah, stick them in there. Even if it's, because I know you do, I know you do some of those wacky tracks, and sometimes, like, I've played a couple of your tracks that I've never even finished. So if you want to stick them in there, I haven't yet clearly defined the word pro in the context of Zapekist. So if you want to stick it in Challenged by Pros, like Unicorn or whatever, stick them in there. It's a 30-minute lobby that I set up for those. So it gives me a little bit more time to... So the idea is not to grind the track necessarily, but give myself enough time to learn. So if it popped up in RTM a couple of times, I would have the ability to learn it and actually be able to finish the track. That's kind of the idea of Challenged by Pros. So, like, do that. You know, you say that. Have you seen me drive? Or race, I guess, in Zapekist? Like, have you? And I keep not playing the game. Like, I love the game, but I keep not playing it so that I can stay a noob as long as possible. So as I do these series, it's not because at some point I'm going to have to like remove the noob finishable thing, right? It's I'm no longer a noob. Can I claim that it is or is not noob finishable? If I'm no longer a noob and I clearly can finish it easily. So, you know. Okay, so this goes here. So let's put this guy back together. I cleaned him up. I figured out where my roommate screwed up because I have a recording that I need to that I really want to cut and put together called "My Roommate's a Dum Dum." Because I got back and he's like, "You got to start this lawnmower for me. We tried for like 2 hours and it wouldn't start." And I come over, I turned the fuel on. Step one. I pulled it 3 times. It half fired once, and then it wouldn't fire again for the other 2 pulls. So I pulled the spark plug to check the condition, and it's flooded. Okay, clean off the plug, clean out the cylinder, just take brake cleaner and flood the cylinder. Crank it without the spark plug a few times to get it to evaporate, air in, air out, etc., etc. And then put the spark plug back in, started second pull. Right, so all in all, it took me 15, 20 minutes. I'll probably time lapse it. If I decide to post, I might not because it's semi petty. But I went to him and I was like, okay, so when I got back from Arizona, right, I spent 6 months there. It was supposed to be 4 weeks. So I came back from Arizona. And he's like, "You're gonna start this lawnmower. I can't get it to start. And neither one of us could get it to start, and it's just irritating me. I hate this thing." So I'm like, so if I get it to start in like first or second pull or whatever, like if I get it to start real quick, I can post a video that says my roommate's a dum dum, right? He goes like, "You know what? If you get it to start, I'll post the video." All right. So I'm gonna cut the video together. I don't even know if he's got to have he has a Google account, so he has a YouTube account, right? Because it's just Google. So we'll post it on his. It'll probably be the only video he ever posts. But I'll post it on mine, obviously. But it's funny. It's just really funny. Yeah, Sana, if it's gonna be something that's like a little bit more difficult and is going to probably take me a while to get a finish on, probably the better idea would be... That's not right. Ooh. Probably the better idea would definitely be to stick it in Challenged by Pros. Because again, I have not yet determined what pro means. Oh, I did this backwards. I'm supposed to put it in there first. Ah. Yeah, and I don't, like I said, I don't know what the heck I would call a pro. Lindsay's asked me that, Maki's asked me that, Lexer's asked me that. I think Owl asked me that a few months ago. Like, what do you mean by pro? I don't know, man. People that are better than me, I guess. Damn, Butter. Kicking my butt. I got 51? 52? What? Oh. Yeah, and I tell you what, Butter, I quite enjoy... So, ZMI is cool. Love ZMI. ZMI is great. I would suggest, if you're taking a little bit of constructive criticism, working on presentation, which at your age you haven't yet gotten to a point where you're required to do like theater or something for school. That would be a very big help. But look up if you care to. I'm not telling you what to do. Don't. Whenever I say things, people think I'm telling them what to do, and that I expect them to do whatever it is that I'm saying immediately in the next like 20 minutes or so. That's not the case. It's a suggestion. If you wish to use it, do it, whatever. absolutely go ahead and do it. It's just an idea. But go look up like theater and drama. What do you call it? Oh, that's right. Speaking techniques. Like, okay, I'm gonna move you guys up. So I went to Five Guys the other day, burger joint here in the U.S. For those of you that might not know. Um, yeah, the one with Unique was like, I really liked that one. That one was really good. Um, so I went to Five Guys the other day, and the kid behind the counter. So Five Guys, okay, it's an open griddle, right? Open kitchen. You've got fryers, you've got fans, you've got the vent hoods, fans. You've got the griddle going, you've got all this stuff going. Then you've got music, and you've got an ice machine, and you've got blowers for the HVAC for the customers to sit and enjoy in the dining area, etc., etc. It's loud, it's noisy. I swear to God, this kid was sitting there talking. I'm like, what? And it's working at Five Guys. It's got to be at least, I think, 17. It might be 16. I don't know. But like in theater, they'll teach you, and the way that I speak. Granted, the way that I speak in streams and in videos and what have you, it takes energy. It's quite draining, right? And my music looked like it went really loud for some reason. Let's turn that down. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Putting yourself in front of the camera, even if it's not on stage, you don't see the people. There's something in the brain that's just like, yeah, we're gonna do a thing, and you're just like completely different. Me, probably because of my age, because I want to. No, in high school we like recorded a commercial for theater, right? And it wasn't really recording a commercial; it was acting out a commercial. But we went out of school to do it, and even then, I had like other people had problems. I had no problems. The teacher was just like, "You're kind of built for this," and I was like, "Yeah, I have no interest on doing anything TV or anything related." Shush. But every time people come and like brand new people, they come to my channel, they look at my videos, they come to the stream and hang out, whatever. They're like, "Wow, you're a natural at that," and I'm like, "Am I really?" All that I do, literally all that I do, is I'm a little bit louder than I normally am because I'm an audiophile, so I know the hardware and the physics of audio equipment. And being an audiophile already, I kind of have a little bit of knowledge of this stuff, the camera equipment, the hardware, the software. I've already got a little bit of experience dealing with this stuff before I started the channel. So I've got a little bit of a head start over some people that are just like, I think I'm funny when I stream games. Let's put it online, right? People that just like they start from zero. I did not start this from zero, technically. Ew, Walmart. I avoid that place like the plague. So you have fun with that. You're probably going to get crap for service. So I can continue this for anybody still interested. But if you want me to repeat it when you get back, let me know. Or I guess if you don't lose service and you have headphones on, it doesn't really matter. The short of it is, having theater in high school as a requirement for graduation is a very good thing because it teaches you how to project. I don't speak here, and if you watch singing videos, vocal training, just look up vocal training. And singing, TV, theater, all of it uses the same thing. You don't speak here, which is when you normally speak to your friends in a room. That's what you normally do. You speak from here, you move your lips, and you push air through your larynx, and that's how you make sound. When you're doing theater, when you're presenting, it's bigger, and it's more grand. And you have to push. It's a push. You're forcing the air now, which makes the volume. And it's something that you have to practice, I guess. I guess back to the bench for now, so I can put this together. Why are you not? Hello? Hello? It's like, is that the way it already was? Oh. Oh, yeah. Duh. There's a spring in there that pushes up for the ground and the plate and the thing and the... Duh. I'm a dum-dum head. Yay. Okay, so there's a button over here. Before I put this ribbon cable on, I should probably install the button thingy-mabobber-madoober. It's a protector is what it is. It protects the button. Does it go in there? I don't think so. I think it just goes in. Yeah. There we go. Clickety-clack down the track. Look at that. Cool. Know me? Real talk. Know me? Know me? Real talk. Know me? Feel me? Real talk. Know me? I swear to you, I met a guy once to talk like that. He didn't actually say anything useful. There was no information contained in his words. He just repeated, I don't know what you'd call that, idioms? I guess, is what you would call that. Okay, PCB, no move. Everything's solid. You still work. You still work. Put connector on header. Sweet. Button works. Sweet. You're in place. This is the fun part, this speaker. Okay. I guess the wire's supposed to go over there, like that. Button feels normal. Okay. So let's put the screws back in, shall we? Screwdriver. Think up. Screw one. Screw number two. We're going to stick the battery in real quick. Yep, seemed to work just fine. Okie dokie. So, moral of the story, kiddos, pay attention to where your freaking screws come from. Sweet! I don't know when I will be able to get around to recording them. Like I said, I still have to cut together. I don't want to start new records until I have the old records done and out the door, right? Posted. So for right now, they'll just sit in there. The way that I've been handling it is... Let's move you guys kind of like that. So the way that I've been handling it is I'll do some records. It's a weird way to say that word. I'll do some recording, and then as I cut them together, I cut all of the videos into their own little segments and do whatever little cuts and edits I'm going to do. I then do all the voiceover for all of them in kind of one go. And then I'll export them as a whole batch, and I'll export them to YouTube, and then I'll just schedule them to come out, which I'm pretty sure is what Owl does for the Kick or Clutch series. The way that they come out and the way that the intros are, it feels like that's what he does. He cuts the intro off, sets it to the side, cuts all the Kick or Clutch bits apart, sets them in their own video things, puts the intro, slaps them on every single one, and then since he doesn't do any extraneous voiceover outside of commentary in VC from Discord, that's all he has to do. He then puts his outro logo on the end and the Moiso outro, which is just hysterical, and then ships it, and then he sends them all to YouTube and then just goes in and schedules them. It's a really, really quick workflow. So I kind of do the same thing, and I did it a couple of different ways, and that's the method that I determined was sort of the most effective. So after learning that and figuring that out myself, I see all these other people doing kind of the same thing, and I'm like, I probably could have just asked somebody instead of spending 4 months trying to figure this out. But it also helps that I recently started using Resolve, because DaVinci Resolve has a free version. And I previously had been using NCH VideoPad that I paid for long ago. And it did not have the version that I had. I don't know if newer versions do. But the version that I had was single core or dual core capable, and it was really slow. It was really hard to do anything. Every time you made a cut in the video, VideoPad had to take and recache all of the data. Every time. DaVinci Resolve, it's like cut, shoop, smash, work, export. Like, it takes me 30 minutes to cut a video today, and what used to take me 3 days with VideoPad. So, I have that. I also have an older version of DaVinci Resolve. It's like two updates old, I think. Because, in my experience, updates break things. So I turned off updates, and I've been using it for a little bit with that version because it's simpler. You update and it changes some things, and now your whole workflow is disrupted. You have to spend days debugging. It's just a nightmare. So don't update. Anyway, my roommate's uncle's multimeter is now back together and functioning. I don't know what was wrong with it in the first place, why he took it apart, but it is now back together. I don't know what the heck this is. Oh, trash. It is trash. I also want to see... What time is it? Wow, it's... What? My thermometer says it's 74 Fahrenheit in here. And I'm not overheating. Interesting. What is that? 24-ish. Because it's 24 in here. And I'm not like crazy hot. Maybe it's because the door's closed and you don't have that the sun heated air blasting in from the open door. Maybe that's what it is. The door's not very warm, so as soon as the sun starts hitting the door, though, you start feeling the heat from the door coming into the garage. Okay, so there's that. The next thing I need to do, factually, is I need to wash my rags. I have a whole bucket full of dirty rags over there, and being that I'm a cheap son of a gun, I wash my rags. I have another bucket. Oh. I was like, I have another bucket around here somewhere. It's my sitting bucket, because I broke my seat. So, the Simpson voltometers will wait until later. I decided today, actually, that I'm going to order some stranded core wire and some connectors because the battery chamber sits on the back case. It's part of the back case. It's molded in. And the wires are soldered to lugs on that. And then the wires are soldered to the PCB on the front case. And taking the PCB off the front case is desoldering 6 wires and removing the switches and the pot. And it's just half a nightmare to separate the PCB from the front case. I'm going to order some connectors. I'm going to put connectors in there. They're going to be little clicky-locky guys. Probably, I was going to say Molex, but I don't know. Maybe Molex. I'll go take a look at what they have to offer. Maybe Molex. But we'll put some connectors in there so I can disassemble the thing. And I will make a harness for the front plate. So all I have to do is pull the switches, pull the PCB, disconnect the harness that will then be inside there, and you can disconnect the whole thing. And then I'll make a jumper harness. Because then what I'd be able to do is have the front plate facing up on the bench, the PCB right in front of me facing up so I can put the knobs back on it, and then the battery tray off to the side, and I can have them separated physically on the bench over a large space, well, bench, I guess. And then I can put in adapter harnesses that are just extenders, and I can do calibrations so easy that way. So easy. Anyway. Fuck it. I also need to go turn the water on. Crap. So I need to go turn the water on real quick. That's under the sink inside. I then need to bring the hose in. Intruder window. Which should be easy enough. Okay, I will return momentarily. I also have to find, so here in a minute. Ah, yes, thank you, camera. All of my exposure gone. I'll bring the hose in here in a minute, turn it on, do stuff. I'm going to bring the Civic in here in a minute. And so I've got some yarn that's bright yellow, easy for visibility. I'm going to bring the Civic in. We're going to tape it to a bunch of different places in the body because I want to see. I'll do some videos. I've done a bunch of recording in the car for Civic stuff, for project videos. I just have to sit down and cut them together. There's some footage that I want to record for some videos that I still have to record, so I'm not doing any of the cutting yet. But I do want to look at the airflow on, over, and around the cowl that is on the hood. So cowl V, not V1, V0.1, because I didn't know what I was doing. So it was an experiment in itself. Welding on the hood, because that was my first foray into actually welding automotive body panels. 19 gauge, thin little metal. So I learned a bunch of stuff. That's good. I'll transfer that into V2. There's a hood over there against the wall. That's going to be V2. Once it's all done, I can strip it and paint it and whatever. But I want to put yarn on it. I've got to start driving an hour and a half to Idaho every week. So I'll go up there, do some work, spend the night, do some work, maybe spend the night, or maybe come back here, come back home, to my house. I don't quite know yet. It'll probably depend week to week what needs done, what I'm doing. Next week will probably be up Tuesday, spend the night, Wednesday, drive back home. That'll probably be the format for next week. And then after that, I'm going to go Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday, so that I can help out some friends up there, help them move stuff, organize stuff, build stuff, disassemble stuff, take it to the dump, things that need, muscles. But all that driving, I figure, is a great time to start doing the experiments for the airflow and see exactly what that entails. So I'm going to need to build a bracket that I can put on the rear bumper for a camera to watch the rear end of the car. And then I'm going to have to build brackets for cameras for all over the car, so I can set the cameras in different spots and watch and see what's going in places that you can't see when you're driving the machine. So, right now is hose, sunglasses. I shall return. Oakley dokley. Hose. You are pressurized. Das ist gut. Das ist gut. Hey. Filled bucket halfway with water. Yeah, you guys are just gonna see a clothes washing stream. How's that? It's not clothes, it's shop rags. And you can't just stick them in the washing machine because they're covered in oil. You stick them in the washing machine and then subsequently in the dryer, covered in any tiniest little amount of water or oil. Water, yeah. Oil. And you can cause a house fire. So we're not doing that. So we fill this guy halfway ish with water. And then I've got purple powder and simple green that I'm going to use as degreasers. I have a hair. I wish YouTube had multiple audio streams because you guys would love the song that's on right now. Ooh, Stevens! Can we point you down far enough to see the bucket, sort of? Not really? I'm going to close the garage door again. Weasels! My allergies are going nuts. Okay, so, look at that. Look at how nasty them things are. You can't even see how nasty they are. So, what I need, point you down, kind of like that. That's interesting. Huh. Little spidey web causing weirdness in the water. Anyway. I have bucket for washing and bucket for rinsing. So we gotta fill 2 buckets. This one's gonna get filled up more because I'm not adding a degreaser to it. But we wash them in here first. And I actually do need to, so I didn't go earlier to Joe Riley's, the parts store, because I have some Purple Power and I have some Simple Green. Thinking about it now, I'm going to need a lot more Purple Power when I stick them in the washing machine, right? So I need to get as much of the oils off as I can by hand. The problem with this is don't stick your hands unprotected into a bucket containing caustic chemicals, i.e. Purple Power. I do it because I'm stupid. But wash, rinse, and then we stick them in the washing machine in there. In the washing machine, we put in Purple Power, and we wash them 2 or 3 times. In between each wash cycle, since you're never going to get all the oil out by hand, in between each wash cycle, you pull them out and you wash the washing machine with your degreaser again and again and again. And I usually do 3 loads. By the end of the 3rd load, you don't have to wash the washing machine anymore. Luckily, oil rises to the top and collects on the side of the basin, so it's actually super easy to clean. But you don't want any of that stuff in your dryer. That's the key. So yeah, so this is enough Purple Power to maybe hand wash all of these. Which means I am going to have to go to the parts store and grab some more. Yeah. I need something to sit on, man. Maybe what I should do, thinking about it now, what if I did Purple Power wash, Simple Green wash, and then just stuck them in the washing machine? Let's try that. About 2 liters or so of Simple Green. Alright.
Now the problem with these red rags, right, is chemically, they're not just like rags. They're not just regular rags. This one is covered in something that is not coming off, so it's going in the trash because I can't use it. But these red rags are coated in something, or they're constructed of something that is hydrophobic, but is oil-philic. How would you say that? It absorbs oil infinitely better than it absorbs water. Because obviously, working on machinery of any kind, you have oils as lubricants. Water can be washed down a drain. Also, nose, you would stop itching. That would be lovely. What the heck? And again, don't do what I'm doing. Yeah, let's say lipophil? Lipophil? I don't know if it's I or I. If it's O or O. Which, Sana, you're German, right? You guys have letters for that or characters for that. We don't. You know how stupid English is, right? You speak both. So, in German, you have 13, right? If we want to make the S sound, we just add more S's. Or, we make it a C. Yeah, a C, the letter C, the third letter of the alphabet in English, in American English. I don't know if there's a variant of English that has other characters than the 26 that I know as an American. I'm pretty sure England uses the exact same alphabet, as far as I know. So it feels like something I should know. Who in English uses a different alphabet? But you also have the umlaut, right? Well, here in the US, we don't even have a position on the keyboard. Oh yeah, I know. So something I do like about German, actually, when I first encountered it, I thought it was weird, but the more I think about it, I think it's better. Every noun is capitalized, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Sana, being a native German speaker, but all nouns are capitalized in German. It's not just proper nouns like we have in English. Because in English, the Eiffel Tower, regardless of its position in the sentence, is capital letters. Because it's the Eiffel Tower, right? Where if you have a president of a country, generic noun is lowercase. But if we're talking about the president of the United States or of anywhere else that calls their main head of government president, it's capitalized. And it's like, honestly, it's easier to determine if you don't know the language, but you know only that rule, all nouns are capitalized, how much easier does that make your job? Like trying to figure out what it's trying to say. And I want to say a large part of English syntax and grammar comes from the Germanic roots, right? Where in Spanish, because the Latin roots of language, the sentences are structured different. Where in English, we have the cat ran down the road, right? So the cat is the subject, the cat is the object doing an action. Verb, ran, right? You're running, you're moving quickly. So you have that. Down is Ran down is an adverb, I guess, which it's a descriptor to the verb, adverb, adjective of a verb, adverb. And then the road, I guess down would be a preposition, technically. Technically, down would be the beginning of the preposition. And then the road is the direct object, the thing being acted upon. Where in Spanish, adjectives and adverbs go before the verb. And you conjugate the verb based on who's doing the action or who the action is being applied to. Right? So it's different. Really? So the primary actor in a sentence is always the first word or words of the sentence? So like if I were to say something like I got in the car and drove it, right? English, I being the primary actor in the sentence, that's the same. But if it's like, if you say something to the effect of, well, no, that'd be a preposition, wouldn't it? I'm trying to think of in English where the subject of the sentence is later. The only thing I can think of is if you're adding descriptors, adjectives, where... No, not even that. Well, yeah, okay, so the tall white giraffe. The tall white albino giraffe. Right? So giraffe is the fourth word, but it is the subject. It is going to be doing something. Ate some leaves. Something like that. Right? So in a sentence like that I don't know German syntax well enough to know where adjectives and adverbs go in relation to the things they're acting upon. Because in Spanish, at least the Spanish I learned, Tex-Mex technically, the adjectives go after the thing they are describing. So in English, the big fat cat. El gato grande gordo would be the big fat cat, right? Grande gordo is after what it's acting on. Okay, so German does the same thing that we do in English, where the first word of a sentence is always capitalized, indicating that it's the first word of the sentence, regardless of whether it's a noun or not. Okay. The same thing in English. Or at least all the English I know. So that makes sense. And it's like, every time I've looked at German, so probably the most exposure I've had, yeah, I can feel the chemical burning my skin. That's lovely. The first, or the largest single instance of exposure to written German. Well, it was written and spoken because it was a TV show and I had subtitles on in German. Because I had a problem. I was like, you know what? I want to see if this is what's being said. So I know enough that I can usually piece together kind of what's happening, but not enough to be fluent. And then if you go with like weird words, esoteric words, words that aren't conjugated the same way as most everything else, like every language has those kind of odd words and phrases, I won't get those, obviously. Or local colloquialisms, like people in Berlin say this, but people in, I don't know, Frankfurt say it this way, right? Where it's completely two different phrases, but it means the same thing type of deal. I won't get those, obviously. But there was a phrase that in the English subtitles was very weird to me. It was just a weird way to phrase it. So I was like, I wonder what they're actually saying. So, like, I paid attention to the German, and it was a quiet scene, so I couldn't quite pick out some of the words. So I put the German subtitles on, and I was like, wait a minute. That's not what they're saying. They're saying this. Right? Clearly, I don't remember what the phrase was, but I can tell you what the show was. The show was Dark. That it was on Netflix. It was a time travel cave. Like the first 5 or 6 episodes, you're just like, what the heck is happening? But then they get to the part with the time traveling cave, and you're like, oh, it's time travel. So wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, stuff. And it's just funny. I did the same thing with Attack on Titan, right? Attack on Titan, Japanese. And again, I know enough Japanese. I don't know kanji. I know sounds and what some phrases, like very, very common phrases, mean. So I was watching Attack on Titan, and you get comfortable with some of these phrases. You don't even have to read the subtitles, right? You just know what the phrase means. And there was some phrase that they used a lot in Attack on Titan that whoever translated it to English for the subtitles didn't do a very good job, or they understood it differently because dialects are a thing, even going 100 miles away or 150 kilometers away. Dialects will change, phrases will mean different things sometimes. So I totally understand that. But the way that they were phrasing it in the English subtitles was really, really weird. Welcome back, Butter. I take it you didn't have the stream in Walmart, given that viewers has gone up. So that's good. Don't watch streams where you walk around Walmart bumping into people. Son and I were just talking, I don't know. Yeah, YouTube has static chat. So you load in and you see chat. You can see we're talking about languages. Fun stuff. I was just getting to a part where an Attack on Titan, the people that wrote the subtitles for Attack on Titan, the English subtitles, they translated some really common phrase in a really weird way, and it bugged the crap out of me. So whenever I heard that phrase, I'd ignore it, and I just knew what the phrase was supposed to mean. Case in point, Sana. So, Sana mit Bonen, right, would direct word for word into English, cream with beans, right? Would an alternate translation that might fit better just be creamed beans? Like cream of corn, cream of mushroom, cream of beans. Would that not be a better English translation? I've been wondering that for a while, actually. Because sometimes you get that, right? In Spanish, right? You say gracias, thank you. And in response, typically you get de nada. Do you know what de nada means? Word for word in English? Of nothing. Thank you. Of nothing. Right? If you translate it just directly over from a word, it's weird. Of nothing. Thank you. Of nothing. You're like, what's of nothing? The intent of the phrase is more similar to don't worry about it. Right? It is of nothing. It is of no concern to me. It did not bother me any to assist you. Right? Thank you. Don't worry about it. Right? That's the intention of the phrase. But if you take it straight into English, it's weird. So, same thing, Sana mit Bonen, when I read that, my brain says cream with bean. Which I guess Bonen is pluralized, right? Bonen. So cream with beans. Which, speaking of, hold on. Wait. Isn't there a Zebkus player that calls himself Beans? There is. There's a Zapkus player called Beans. Okay. 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 Well, that's good. I can entertain, multiple demographics. Phenomenal. That's the whole idea, right? So now I'm thinking butter, Sana, and beans. All right. I don't know what you could do with that information, but because you already have beans. Or maybe it's an evolution thing. Okay? So track number 1, butter and Sana. So you get buttercream. Track number 2, butter and Sana Bonin, obviously, because full name. Do it as like, so you know how Maki likes to do all those tracks where he mixes his name into somebody else's, right? Moxie, Maki and Lindsay. Moxter, Maki and Jackster Bro, right? Stuff like that. So maybe do kind of the same thing. This one's got some stubborn stuff on it. I don't know what this is. It ain't coming off very easily though. So we'll stick them in there. Hey, got through that batch. So maybe do like an evolution series where you start with, Mockergy, exactly. So, or Mauki, Mauki. That's the one that I was trying to think of, and I was like, how did Maki do Mao and Maki? I can't remember. But yeah, do kind of like the same thing where it's butter and cream, so cake, delicious, yum. Which, well, it'd be icing, buttercream icing, right? So buttercream, and then buttercream with beans. You ruin it with beans. And then somehow you guys get beans in on the deal and you make a track with beans that's more beans, and it's beans and all the beans and some beans. Lovely, lovely beans. But there's still some buttercream. Oh, a bowl of beans with buttercream icing on it. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh. Don't do that. What have I created? No. That would be terrible. The beans are gone. I know, right? Sana, where'd the beans go? Oh, there you go. There you go. So you do it, and you do what Maki does. You modify the creator name, so it's buttercream and just in English. Mit Bonin, and beans comes in and helps. But you do something funny with the bonin and beans because they're the same thing. So I don't know, something a la what the heck's that guy's name? Captain Jack Sparrow. Where's all the rum gone? Something like that. But all the beans are gone. So you do something with beans, and then the next track is, the evolution of that track, but all the beans are gone. So maybe make a good track, and so you do buttercream, which is buttercream icing. It's all cakes, and it's fun, and it's pretty, and it's all pastel colors or whatever. And then, you do that, but now it gets all darker, and there's beans everywhere, and the beans kind of mess up the track a little bit, and make it harder. And then you come in, and it's a new track layout that clearly fixes the old track layout to ignore the beans, but then all the beans are gone. Buttered corn. Do you still have it? If you still have that, send it to put it in the series. Put it in Challenge by Pros. Absolutely. I want to play that. I still haven't finished Fading Memory. And I know I'm not going to finish. If you and Kern can't finish it, no way I'm going to finish it. Right? Obviously. Oh, did you build Radiant Halls in V16? Oh, okay. I mean, I would claim that you're not that much of a lower. I don't know how you say that nicely. Kern's not that much better than you are, Butter. Because like I've seen some of the stuff you pulled off. It's kind of crazy. So here's a question. You build a track. This got crap all over it too. So that one goes trash. You build a track in V16, the beta, right? So will the game not let you import the track into V15? Or would you be able to revert a track? Like, clearly any track built with paraglider parts will just break. But if you build a track using all V15 parts in V16 beta, will it let you reverse import it to V15? I should really be doing this faster. Because I can feel, I'm only about 2/3 of the way done, and I can feel this chemical eating my skin. Because purple power ain't no joke, kiddies. I can tell you that. That's why I keep checking my hand. Because I feel... Oh. Well, that explains that. I have a hole in my thumb. Okay. There's a little tiny hole. I guess I poked myself with a pick. Which sounds like something I would do. I will say a simple green's a lot easier on your hands. So, whenever I get to that bucket, which as soon as I'm done, not even then, I'm going to do it right now, because it's getting full. And I don't want spilling stuff all over. Wow, that water's not warm. Yeah, because as long as all the parts are available in the programming in V15, I don't see why it would be a problem. But yeah, if you build it and you're using any of the new parts, obviously the game's going to try to load in with those asset IDs and be like, what? What? And it's just going to break. Which, it's Unity. It's probably just going to lock up for an hour and then blue screen your PC. That sounds like a totally Unity thing to happen. Hey, this water's not getting dirty nearly as fast. And that's not nearly as caustic, I can feel. Yeah, so when I left Arizona a month ago, the day that I left at night because it's Arizona. But I left on a day when the high was supposed to be 94 Fahrenheit, which is like 38 Celsius? Oh, so it doesn't technically break, but the track is broken. It makes sense, I guess. So, excuse me for a moment. I'm going to go put this first batch in the washing machine, which is like right here. I will return momentarily. You know what? I definitely should do sound bites in YouTube commands, because Twitch, you have redeems. Redeems cost points though, right? So On YouTube, all that I would have, I could set it up with a point system because I've seen people doing that even on Twitch. So they can control more readily the accumulation rate of points and how often people can use certain redeems. So I could do something like that with points, or to be slightly more interactive, I could just do a sound bites thing with commands on YouTube, put the commands and what they do all in the video descriptions, or the live stream descriptions, and then we can have sort of interactive chat. Come on, Nightbot. Come on, you can do it. Hey! Actually, I should put all of the current commands in there, because I've got a few colors. I've got some funnies to do with lurking, so I've got a lurk command. I've also got an unlurk, a delurk, and an undelurk. I've got a nar command, N-A-U-R. That's the way Australians say no. I don't know how they add the R. I have no idea. I can't. Nar. I don't know. What are you, a loony? A creepo? Man, at least you admit it. And I tried to make all the responses, all the Nightbot responses, a little bit funny and silly. Yeah, N-A-U-R. And I did add some misspellings. So there's one in there for lurge, like if you're lurking but you hit the J instead of the K, because they're right beside each other. I think there's a lurge command. Don't Ozzy at me. Yeah, and so I put in commands for some of my favorite streamers. Sundu is a streamer on Twitch, if you want to go check her out. She does Zapkiss stuff sometimes. I haven't seen her in a while. I don't know if she's been not streaming or I just keep missing her. I'm not sure. But, yeah, and then the counter is not really white because it doesn't do it per user. The counter is just the stream counter. It counts every time you use the command. So the 7 before was just me testing it, and I guess I could reset the count. I don't quite know how to do that, but I want to figure out how to do it per user. I think that'd be cool. So every time you come in, you can no, and then like, you know, it's just your count. How many times have you done it? Which I think is funny. And I do have cooldowns on most of them of like 30 or 45 seconds. Some of them are a minute. I tried to mix it up so they wouldn't all be the same, so you'd have to guess. But yeah, I'm trying to make, because I've seen, man, that hole in my thumb is really annoying. Because I've seen like Two-Face, right? Two-Face streams on YouTube, and Ronan streams on YouTube, and like there's stuff in my fingers, and they don't, as far as I know, they don't really have a whole lot of like interactability, right? Because all YouTube really provides you stock standard is just chat. That's all you have. And then you have a little emoji. There's only like 4 or 5 of the little emoji things in there, and you can spam those. But like if 2 or 3 people are spamming, it doesn't tell you who's hitting them. You don't know. You have no idea, which maybe is good for anonymity and like lurkers that want to show some love, but they don't want, you know, they're not really interacting with the stream. They don't want to interact or chat or whatever, which is fine. People lurk. That's, you know, I'm not calling out lurkers. Lurkers are cool. But it's like, you know, YouTube doesn't really give you a whole lot of stuff. don't want to be a freshman. I'll tell you what. I'm not going to make the claim that my freshman year was the best year. Honestly, my favorite year of high school was probably my junior year because as a senior, you're like, oh, this is my last year of school. Now I've got to start worrying about getting a job and paying bills and blah, 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 whatever other stuff that happens, right? So senior year is a bit stressful. You also have to worry about making sure your grades are enough that you just graduate and get the heck out of there instead of being held back or summer school or whatever. But junior, like you're like, yeah, I'm getting close to the end, and I don't have to worry so much about it. Like you're in the home stretch, but you're not there yet. So my junior year was probably my favorite year. Freshman wasn't so bad. My school did do that standard thing where seniors will turn their class rings around and kind of bonk freshmen on the head sometimes, which is it abuse? Probably, or is it not abuse? What's that word? Not attack, not accost. Assault. There you go. I was like, pepper. It's something to do with pepper. Is it assault? Possibly, perhaps. Doesn't leave any lasting damage. You don't do it too hard. Any seniors that are doing it every time, all the time when they see you and leaving welts on your head, like, tell somebody about that. That's not right. If you're a senior and you're doing that, you're doing it to just kind of haze the new guy. It's meant to be funny. It's meant to be a little bit of, here, let's put some hair on your chest, a little bit of just life experience is the intention. You don't think about it that way when you're that age and you're doing it, but it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be actual assault, hurting people. That's not the intent, right? So if your school is one that partakes in that, and somebody does that, and it like genuinely is pain and suffering and like not good, absolutely tell somebody, because that's no bueno por caca. But as a freshman and fresh meat, there's also a little bit of leeway you're given in returning practical jokes. Because you're new. You don't know the rules, right? So you can play a little bit dumb for the first year at school and get away with a teeny tiny bit more than the sophomores, the juniors, the seniors might. So keep that in mind. What? Did you delete that? Or did the bot delete that? If the bot deleted that, I'm going to have to go take a look at that later too. Oh, okay. I was like, if the bot deleted it, and then it didn't tell me it deleted it, we're going to have to go have a chat with Nightbot. Because, like, especially self-deprecation, like, if you say, like, hey, I'm a dum-dum, ha ha ha, and then a bot deletes that, like, come on. I'm talking about myself, Mr. Bot. Apparently you have no context. Spelled it weird. Yes. I spell stuff weird all the time. Mostly because some of my fingers accelerate faster than some of my other fingers. So I hit buttons before I'm supposed to be hitting them, right? Which I guess it's just a standard typing thing. But my fingers don't hit the buttons at the right times sometimes. So things come out in the wrong order. And then, like, I'll go to hit I, but instead hit U or O because they're right beside each other. It's easy to do, especially when you're trying to type fast. So, you know, it's easy, especially with typing, it's easy to mess stuff up. Send another message so that it gets out of the emoji thing that's blocking my view. Is that Jedi? It's capital J, so... Okay. Okay, so I guess I should ask, Favorite Jedi or favorite Force user? Like, are we limiting it to just Jedi? Okay, Jedi. Um, Yoda is a cynical, jaded, ultra pacifist, which is a problem. Yoda kind of ruined the Jedi Order. Um, Obi-Wan was a whiny little so-and-so that ran away to avoid the problems he was faced by Yoda and, what the heck was his name? Master Windu and Mace Windu, and the old fogies of the Jedi Order from 4, 5, 6, right? So you will never, never hear me say, you will never get me to accept that Disney Star Wars is canon. Okay? Disney came in when they bought the franchise from George Lucas, and they said, "Oh yeah, you know all these books and all these other things that are canon. Yeah, they're not anymore. We're throwing them away, and we're starting over with what we want to put in." So, yeah, no, Disney is not canon at all. So we can safely ignore all of those names, right? Honestly, my favorite Jedi, I can't remember his name. I can never remember his name. So, in the Clone Wars, I think. Holy crap. That is Chemical Burns. Lovely. Which means I need to hurry with this. Actually, I'm going to go rinse my hands off real quick and let my skin rest. Because this is not good at all. Woo. And this, kiddos, is why you don't do what I do. Because I'm a dumb head. So, it's not holes in my thumb. That is chemicals eating my skin. Lovely jubbly. Okay, we're not doing that anymore. That can go over there. Actually, tell you what. I've got a better idea. Something I probably should have done first. I can make a washing machine. But Clone Wars, yeah, it was Cartoon Network, I think. But there was, I can't remember his name, and I can't remember the species. So they have the species. They have the big, like, I don't know what you call them. They're not horns, but the thing that looks kind of like hair on a human, but it's not. And it just comes off the sides of their head and wraps down and comes down like on their chest. So you had that guy. The situation was, wow, my skin is, oh, that's not great. Woo, okay. Maybe don't do that. Roommate, man. ¿Qué pasa? I don't remember what I was going to ask you. I'm going to ask you about something. No idea. I was thinking maybe if I said it out loud, it would spark memory. Yeah, nothing. I've been washing hands in purple, or washing rags in purple power by hand. My skin now appears to be doubled in thickness and soft on my hands. Yeah. And there's holes in my thumb that were not previously there.
Weird.
Well, not weird, it's chemical attack. It's
Yeah.
skin plus chemicals equals no bueno por caca. So, anyway, I'm just cleaning rags, doing some stuff. What was it? Oh, I fixed bad strengths multimeter. Yeah. Somebody, not saying who, stuck a case screw into a standoff that needed a machine screw, so the PCB was not held together.
What the fuck?
Did you take the PCBs apart? Oh, so somebody else has been in there besides you and me. Ah, yeah, so the screw was cross-threaded down into a machine screw thread on a standoff that separated the PCBs, and the PCBs weren't being held together because of it.
Well, there you go.
So, yeah, it was, someone had stuck the screw, the machine screw for the PCB into the plastic case, and it stuck the case screw into the standoff. Yeah. So, seems to work just fine now.
Check the parts apart.
Yeah. My knee-jerk reaction initially was like, I don't want to take these apart because the LCD element, that little foam pad, they like to get misaligned and not work anymore, and it's just a freaking nightmare. But the Koreans that designed the thing did a pretty good job. That frame, when you pull the screws out, unless you pull the standoffs out, that frame stays in place. So yeah. So yeah, I fixed it. It's ready to go.
Nice. Scooter thing.
Where,
Local hoverboard.
where's it at? Oh, it's by the
bathroom.
yeah, by the bathroom. Okay.
And then there's a PlayStation controller on the back. There's no second screen.
What's wrong with it?
He said sorry, but he said he put a new joystick in it. It doesn't work now.
Nice.
So I don't know. That one I might get the parts. So I think going after, I'm gonna have to figure out how to hook it up to my computer so it actually works. Like, okay.
Yeah. Depending on what time I get done with the rags and the Civic, I might do it today. Maybe not. Might be tomorrow or something.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm just here doing some stuff.
Awesome. We're gonna be staying here, and I guess we're playing golf for sure.
Nice. Oh, ask your dad if he's got a short extension cord, like 5-10 feet,
Okay.
3-pin,
Okay.
so we can hook the freezer up out here and get some of the stuff out of the freezer in the kitchen. Okay.
Short.
Hold on. See you later, Butter. I didn't see your messages until just now. Have fun. It's pool. Yep. Oh yeah. I already asked you about this. Okay. Yeah. If he does it, text me. Ask him today, like right now. And if he doesn't, I can run to the store and grab one because I want to get the freezer starting to cool off today.
Okay. Okay.
So, all right. Bye. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, holes in my thumb. At first, I thought it was because this little one up here looks like if you poke yourself like you have a pick and you're doing something with a pick, and you just slip and you stab yourself in the hand or whatever. It's just a little tiny circular hole. But then
I started seeing these here in the crook of my thumb, right where it bends, and I'm like, oh well, that wasn't there before. Okay, we're not doing that anymore. Which means for the next 4 or 5 days, my hands are going to be terrible. I also have a previous injury, a little cut, that the skin is shrinking because of chemical burn, and that's going to suck. So, I'm going to do what I probably should have done in the first place. Not be a dummy head. So the last time I washed rags, it wasn't nearly this bad. Like, my hands were not incredibly happy with me, but not incredibly bad either. But apparently, obviously, clearly, as I age and I get older, healing factor reduced by some amount, which, duh, you're older, right? But also the ability of your skin to self-heal, reject, I don't know exactly what you call it. It's the ability to not be affected by things. In my 20s and teens, sticking my hand in a bucket of concentrated purple power, not a big deal. I've done it a couple of times in my life, actually. But, being that I'm in my 30s now, definitely not something I can do, apparently. So we're going to use the concrete mixer. Which probably isn't going to be as effective as my hands. But my hands won't fall off. So, probably the better solution. And of course, taking my hands out, they're already starting to get a little better. Because before, I don't know if you guys have ever seen chemical damage to, like, gloves or something rubber. But when you have a specific type of rubber and you introduce it to a specific type of solvent or series of solvents, the rubber will expand and then start breaking apart. And that's exactly what my hand was doing a minute ago, where the skin was all squishy and large and like like horror movie level of really not good. So, like, you know, it's behind the emoji thing, so it says I am chemist. So yeah, exactly. So you know. And it's like, you know, you go through and you see this stuff in books, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's you know, that'll never happen to me kind of stuff, which, in my life, a lot of things are that. You know, a lot of stuff that affects other people in certain ways doesn't affect me in those same ways. So there's a lot of things where I'm just like, no, that's fine, I can deal with that. But at the end of the day, I'm still a human. And all of these things in textbooks, it's not saying simply because you exist, this is going to happen to you exactly this way. No. It's saying this is a likelihood. This is a possibility of occurring. Probably not do that thing. So I'm pretty sure Simple Green is a lot easier on skin than Purple Power is. So, because Purple Power is an extremely strong base. And, I mean,
as a chemist, one would imagine you would have experience with extremely strong bases on skin. I want to say its pH is like 11? 11 and a half? Something like that. To be subjecting human skin to that's a really strong base, right? Because humans, we don't really like anything outside of what 5 to 8? No, 9. Have to be like 5 to 9, maybe 9.5. Anything outside that, and it starts directly attacking our biology, right? But yep, let's go put this batch in the washing machine. And since I can't agitate it by hand, the simple green is going to begin getting darker faster. So stand by. And again, also, as I age, these things get more and more aggressive because my skin is older and no longer able to heal as quickly. So the whole idea was like go to the pool, have a little cookout, have some dogs and some burgers, and do the American thing. But because 2/3 of that is broken, you're just like, screw it, we'll do it at home. What I need to get is like a waste washer, right? A washing machine. That I can stick just, crap into. Stuff that doesn't matter. Woohoo! That went home, you should play all over right in there, right there. And I'll tell you what, boy. Okay. I can't. I need a rag. I need a rag to wash a rag. I've got a rag right here. I've got a rag right here. Alright, take that out of there. Easy peasy. Wipe that off. Well, my drill's kind of clean now, so that's something. I guess I could do it this way. This takes energy. I feel like I'm making soup. But I have not left your side. Ah. We're making rag oil soup. All you need is a little bit of rags, a little bit of herb. You got you some rag oil soup. I think there's like 2 more in here. Then I can go pour the purple power out. That will be nice. And tonight, or here in just a little bit actually, not tonight even, I'm going to have to just kind of soak my hands in like hand lotion. Like just sit there all night, covered in hand lotion. Because I can already feel it right now, they're drying out. And that's not necessarily a good thing. Tell you what though, it'll be nice to have rags again. Okay, let's go put this last bit in the washing machine, and we'll start the washing machine. I will need Simply Greens. Okay. Gonna dump the buckets out so I can have my buckets back. Oh, be right back one more time. Easels. Okay. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's empty. Okay, so what's next? What is next? I think the Civic, honestly. I think we do things the Civic. Which is pulling the Civic halfway. I'm only going to do the front for right now, and some of the back window. First, I need to find the right tape. Do I have the right tape? That's the question. I do. Indeed do. Possess the correct tape. Blue tape. Painter's tape. Goes on easy, comes off easy. Hopefully doesn't come off easy enough that the streamers rip it off going down the road and I end up littering. We'll find out. Right? Huh. Okay, so put this guy away. Let the buckets dry out for a little bit. Soon glasses on my face. There we go. Actually, I've got a question. I wonder if anybody interesting is also streaming at the same time. Is Liddy on? Lily's on. Well, stand by, Pokerinos.
Hold on. Yeah, oh, now the odds. God damn it, I was trying to go away, but the odds did not let me. There we go. Now it's a damage.
Alright.
But Seahawks' fault. I tried to leave.
Appreciate the lurk.
Okay. Where's the other thing?
Also,
What
there's
the
stuff
hell is that?
in. Oh yeah.
Oh, that was a perception check I just passed over.
Oh, it's this
Sweet.
area. Okay, we have to move this shit.
New finishable.
There's a douchebag hiding in the corner.
You good, Amy?
Hi, douchebag.
What?
Yeah, this is the run from yesterday, yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we ended up buying, like, I think you left, like, as I was buying stuff.
I did it wrong.
I had a feeling. Oh, hey, Ryan. Sorry. Why? What? I did wrong. What do you mean? Oh, but thank you for the alert, Ryan. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mute everything. Go back to OBS so I can see. There we go. Camera facing ceiling. Ceiling, not where I want face. Where I want face door. We talked to caveman.
Yarn. We have yarn. Huzzah. I also need skizzers. Do I have I have skizzers out here, right? Skizzers. Yoo-hoo! Oh, skizzers. Where? Donde está my skizzers? Pero donde está all the fucking skizzers? I was gonna say where all the scissors go, but that didn't work. Are you under stuff? Are you under stuff? Hello? Sisters? You in here?
Why are you being here? What are you?
Well, I don't know where the heck my scissors went. I had a pair of scissors that were shop scissors. I thought they were in here. It does not appear that they are in here. In here? Not in there. They're in here. Not in there. Here? Not in there. Are they in here? Not in there. Well? There's that idea. Fine, I guess I'll use my little razor knife thing, which I need to cut in cardboard yesterday with this thing. So I like these because they have the little snappy offy blades. They're etched, so you can just beep, ta-da! I have a brand new blade. Nice. And this one's, it's funny, it's branded DeWalt, but it's kind of a cheaper version just because it doesn't have a lock, and that's kind of dangerous. You definitely want, if you can, and you can get your hands on it, get these guys, these kind of adjustable hobby knives that have a lock on them. Because sometimes you're doing stuff and it likes to just jump out of your hand. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to get these guys about yay long. This would be so much easier with scissors. It'd be so much easier with scissors.
And they don't need to be an exact length. I can adjust the length underneath the tape if I need to. Longer strings will move slower. Smaller strings will give you more points of data across the surface. So there's trade-offs for doing both. So I'm doing not crazy long ones, but not very short either. They're about 8 centimeters or so. About the width of my hand, honestly. And I don't know how many I need. I'm not even counting. I'm just going to do a bunch of them, and if we use them all and I need more, I'll cut some more. If we don't, I'll have a few left over. But I need to start figuring out. So for right now, this is the poor man's solution to gathering some of the data that I need to gather. Don't catch stuff. What I need to know is how the air is moving over the car, right? And I can't find any CFD on this exact car, probably because nobody's done it, or people have done it and they don't release it because, I don't know, reasons. I believe in information should be free. Information should not be gatekept. What you do with that information is the things that should be charged for, gatekept, whatever. That's probably enough to start with. So let's do that. Got our handy dandy taperoo here. Now, when driving a car, I can't see any of this. So for this experiment this week, I'm not going to be putting any up here. I'm not going to be putting any in the bumper. Simply because I have, oh, there it goes, drying out. Super stiff skin. Yeah. Anyway. I can't see down here, so, obviously there's no point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put some along this edge. I'm going to put some under this edge, which I need to get a cleaner so I can clean off the surface. The tape will stick a little bit better. Probably just brake cleaner will work, honestly. And I've got this lovely one that has the thing broken off with the nozzle. So we do it like that. Oh, that's a cut. So we definitely want some here. Yeah, brake cleaner and open cut. Not lovely. We want some across this surface, obviously. We want some here. Here. We want some here. All the way up here. All up under there. Brake cleaner's not doing a great job. I also am going to put some on the windshield. And well, both windshields, I guess. The front and the back windshield. They both shield you from wind. Means I won't be able to use my wipers. That's lovely. I have glass paint and blue towels. Will be much better. Glass cleaner and blue towels all around. Probably better anyway. I also want to see over here across this window, because it'll probably be identical left to right, driver to passenger. What they're going to do. Don't care about this because by the time it gets to here, the airflow is reattached anyway, so it should be fine. So we're just going to instrument the passenger window. My window dirty. Almost like I ain't washed it in like 6 months. Alright, that should be sufficient. I totally made it in the trash can. I'm bending over here because my back hurts and I gotta. Fine. Alright. Oh, I was gonna. Okay. I was gonna do a thing and I totally didn't do it. Now we get that a little bit dry. Then we start attaching our yarn. Oh man. My hand fingers don't feel very good at all. This is going to take a bit. I don't know that I'm going to be very talkative during this process. So if you guys want to go, like, I don't know, get something to eat or whatever, now would probably be a great time to do that. But I guess Butter's already doing that. Doing grill stuff. To be honest, I've never been a big fan of grills. Grilled food. It's never cooked evenly. It takes so long to do. And like, there's nothing so much better about grilled food that would stop me from sticking it in a skillet or in an oven and cooking it that way. Maybe I should lay these out. That's a short one. Maybe that's the way to do this. Just lay these out like they're going to be, and then run tape across the whole thing. Something like this, right? Every 2 or 3 centimeters. And again, they're not all the same length. What I'm eventually going to do to obtain more accurate and more reasonable data from sort of this same experiment is I'm going to get pressure transducers and a multiplexer unit. And I'm going to record the pressure all across the body, everywhere, underneath, on top, on the sides, everywhere. going to see what we can't do to reduce that. There we go. That'll work one. I think that's also a better use of tape. Because instead of a bunch of overlapping strips, you do a single longer strip that covers all of it. Of course, sometimes you can't help but do strips. Like right here. I have no idea if I can even see this area from inside the cab. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Of course, I opened the garage door, now my allergies are going wacky again. Lovely. Stupidest. Kind of like that. I'm really excited for this. I really, really want to see what's going on. And I think I definitely did not cut enough pieces of yarn. I am thirsty. I will return in just a moment. I need something to drink. I'll steal one of my roommates' ginger ales. I'd say steal, not borrow, because I can't give it back to him. Technically, taking something, granted, stealing is taking without permission. I have permission, so I guess I will simply consume one of my roommate's ginger ales. How about that? Better wording, I suppose. Oh, man. Woo! Don't do what I do, kitty. Don't be stupid. So I definitely can't see on the other side of this. There's no point in putting them over here right now. Okay. Now I want to do one row just underneath there, one row right up here by the windshield. Oh, sniffles. Allergies, I wish you'd quit. It's gonna be fun putting tape in here. Looks like I'm layering my car in a ramen. Mmm, delicious hood ramen. That wasn't nearly as interesting as I thought it was going to be. But I definitely need to cut a bunch more strings. I also need some right here in this corner. for sure. No. Ah. Taking this off is also going to be fun. Bucket, 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 bucket. Yeah, have fun with that, YouTube. Closed captioning. I don't know. Does YouTube do closed captioning on their end, or is that something that creators do? I've never looked into it. I know that I can provide my own closed captioning if I want. But I don't know that if I do or I don't, does YouTube process audio in every video to try to provide closed captioning? Guess they would have to be. There's no way every creator is putting the time and the effort it would take to go back through their scripts or through their recordings even and type out everything they're saying in the video. Like, could you imagine the amount of extra work that would take? You know, for that. Maybe I don't do the back window until I put cameras on the back. Because thinking about it now, if I put them on the back right now, I'm going to be watching the rear view mirror instead of driving. If I put them on a camera, that'll be up front with me, where I could just look down for a moment. But I don't even have to do that, because if I'm doing it with a camera, I'm recording the whole thing, which means I don't even have to watch it live. With all of these that I'm doing right now, I have to have the time and the ability to watch them live so I can figure out how the air is moving around the car body, so I can figure out what I need to do to make the car body more slippery, as it were. So I just need the windshield, the back of the hood, and the passenger front window. And I'm not even covering the entire passenger front window. I'm doing behind the mirror, up along the edge, and then it's going to be a full row along the bottom where the mirror sits, and then a full row, probably 2 each, below the mirror and above the mirror, or behind the mirror and above the mirror. Actually, what it'll be is behind the mirror and then at the top of the window, so that it's as far away from the mirror as you can get and I can still see it. So, let's do one more bundle. My hand forgot what I was doing. These are probably a bit long, but I'd rather have a teeny bit long than a teeny bit short. Last. Okay. Now, let's see if that's enough. I also want to do up the sides here, on both sides. I might should have enough. We'll find out. Tell you what. 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 We shall bring the camera closer. There you go. Look at this genies. Cable. You're in my way. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Now you guys can see a little bit clearer what I'm doing, as opposed to 40 feet away. As opposed to being 40 feet away. Who said experimentation was simple, fast, or easy? Well, this might not even be enough. Might have to cut some more even. But honestly, this is very entertaining to me. I'm having a freaking blast. It's the engineer brain in there, right? Then you can put some on here. Grab a few of these guys. These are going to be little single tape guys. You know what I need? Oh, so Butter and or Sana, if you're still there, either one of you, or both of you. I don't know if I ever mentioned this. I had an idea a while back to get Owl Plague to play. I think it was Ziv I was talking to. Pretty sure it was Zivasev. I think we were talking in one of Maiden's streams one time. So I had this idea to get Owl. Well, I guess first it makes more sense to explain why. So Ziv and I were talking, and I don't remember exactly what it was that came up, but something came up about cities, and then, oh, I think it was a song by Owl City. So it's Owl City, right? And probably, what's that song with Owl City and Carly Rae Jepsen? Whatever that song is. It was probably that song, honestly. So it came on, and we were talking about it, and I was like, you know what would be funny? If we built a track that was like in the trees, and it was like apartments for owls or something, like Owl City, right? And then we convinced Owl to play it. So Owl Plague plays Owl Townhouses while Owl City plays. So you record it, and then as a backing track for part of it is you have Owl City, the band, playing in the background. It's like Owl plays while Owl plays on Owl plays and Owl plays. It was a very funny, silly thought to me. I want to try to get that going at some point too. Because honestly, at the end of the day, I'm an idea guy. All the stuff I do is ideas. It's not really creating, making, doing. Like, I'm much better at ideas than I am at doing things. And I can take kind of one of the key elements of my existence, my personality, is that I can take something that somebody else has made and either tell them how to fix it or make it better myself. If we're talking Zakis and the editor, make not so much. I'm terrible in the editor. Like, I don't think you guys have any idea how bad I am. Speaking of, I think I posted it in the Discord. Oh, I think I posted it in the Discord. Did I post it in the Discord? Just some levels. Yeah. So, in the Zapkus category in my Discord, in just some levels, I posted my second track that I built. It's on the workshop. Obviously, it's the link to the workshop, right? So I was going to do one thing. I started to build a track a certain way. I've got an idea in my head that I still want to build a track, right? So I've not given up on that. I just doing all this other stuff since I've been back has taken precedence. So, but I'm gonna. But I've had this idea for a while for a track called Alternating Friction, right? And what I want to do is I want to use at least one instance of every modified friction piece. So you have regular track pieces all throughout, but in corners, the friction changes through the corner. Okay, so that's what I want to do. I want to make a track that has the friction changing in the middle of the corner, right? So you have to set up similar to what was that Kern track? Kern made a track that was old Kern, right? It was the old flowy, swoopy kind of stuff, old Kern, but it was ice through the corners. You had to set up. You had regular track pieces mostly in between, but you had to set up for the corner. So you had to be on the line before hitting the corner, and then you take that line through the corner. Like, you had to set up for it. So I want to do something like that, except the friction changes in the middle of the corner. So what I'm thinking is, like, you have a track piece, right? And say it's a corner, and it comes like this. I want the line of friction to go at an angle across it, not a hard straight line like you go from one to the other. But I want, as you're going through this line, for one wheel, and then two wheels, and then three wheels, and then all four wheels to change friction mid-corner. I don't know how to do that. It would have to be, yes I do. The little triangle sliver pieces. Duh. I just saw those on a Maki stream the other day. Okay. I didn't even think about it. So... put you guys back in the car. Sorry for the little vibraties. Now, let's get back to this. But yeah, I want to make alternating friction. And I need to get with Zivisa still and try to make that owl track. Because I think that would be fun and funny. All the neighbor peoples are getting out of church. And around here, they walk to church. There's a bunch of people walking up and down the road right now. Not a bad thing. Not saying anything about it other than mentioning it as a statement. It is a thing that is occurring. For some reason, I don't know why this is. Maybe it's because I point out negative things more often than I point out positive things. I don't know. For some reason, whenever I tell people things, I just make a statement. It's like, oh, look, there's this thing that is occurring. People around me, or people that know me, or I don't know. I haven't quite quantified it yet. But they always seem to think that I'm saying it for the purpose of being negative. I'm like, no, that's not why I'm saying anything about it. I'm saying it because I simply observed it, and it is something that I observed. I mention it for the sake of mentioning it, because it is something that caught my attention and was interesting to my brain enough that it generated a thought train, and I am now saying something about it. There are times when I will say things and I'll point stuff out that's pointedly negative, as I'm sure we all do. But that's not the entire purpose of my speech. That is not the only reason I use speech. Case in point, YouTube channel. The whole point of the YouTube channel is to try to educate people as much as I can. By showing them things that they may not have known existed. which in my experience, for many people, is a lot. Look at that, look at that. Look at that, look at that. I'm pretty sure I don't have enough to do the windshield and the side window. Unless I only do a few on the windshield. Just do 5 or 6. I don't know that I need a whole lot on the windshield. I guess I'll do a row of 4. I mean, the windshield's going to get 20. Plain and simple. The windshield's just going to get 20 of these things. Maybe more, even. Can I set them up and they don't move? No, not at all. So, here's what we did. Well, these are going to be signals, actually. Probably pull out a couple of these guys individual. That little guy's too short to do anything with. There you go. Okay, I want to know what's going on. Right here behind the wipers, as the air comes up right here, there's a little lip. So the hood already pushes some air up and changes the direction of flow. So right here underneath the wipers as in the perspective of airflow. So the air, where the air is flowing, these are directly underneath the wipers. Right? I'm going to have, I was going to do 4, I guess I'm doing 5, maybe 6. So obviously I can't block my viewport because that'd be stupid and dangerous. And I am neither one of those things. I guess there. Then we can do this whole half of the windshield. It's going to be more than 20. I don't know, it might be 15. Let's find out. Primarily what I want to see is the effect this hood is having on airflow across the windshield. That is my primary point of interest. Know from prior driving and experience and experimentation that this cowl has forced the air up out of this region. So this is no longer a high pressure area where the air has to turn, right? Which the high pressure area is more here. The high pressure area, because of this cowl, has moved up a little bit. It's about right here, so right dead center of the windshield, which obviously is less than ideal. What we want to see, what we want to see ideally is a smooth airflow pattern across the whole thing without high or low pressure areas. Given the way that these machines have to be designed to be used by humans, that's not really all that feasible. There's some things that we could do. Yeah, I guess 15. 15 will do. Okay. Maybe we will have enough. There are some things that we can do to mitigate some of this. Redesigning the whole front end of this car comes to mind, which I'm not going that far on this machine. Any redesign, any new design, any design updates that occur will be on the car that I'm going to build. That is the whole purpose of the experimentation on this machine. Because the whole purpose of this car, for me, is to figure out all the things I need to figure out, all the things I need to learn and know to build a car of my own from scratch, from the ground up. I think that's good, actually. Okay. We're going to have to do the same thing on the side. Let's take these over here. It's fine, Colin. It's fine, Colin. Your eyeball. Yeah, you've now got my room. I told my roommate about you talking about painting it, and now he's doing the same damn thing. Oh, you gotta paint the cowl. Here, it looks ugly. Have you seen the hole? Have you seen the hole? I think if I were going to do anything, finishing the metalwork would probably be more important than painting it. It could be. Yes, it could be. But that is not this one. That is, stand by, it's even in here. That one. That hood is going to get version 0.5. This is 1, so obviously the next step is 5, right? So, and for a minute, I won't be able to see chat while I'm doing this. Because there's nowhere to stick it really right here where it wouldn't be in my way. So, I will be back to chat in just a moment. Well, that's not very good. I didn't put that tank down very good. But yeah, so the whole point of doing this right here, that I'm doing right now, is to try to make the determination whether the cowl has done what I wanted it to do or not. Right, so the next step after this is going to be putting a stock hood back on it and doing the same thing, right? Because these probably won't be on here for very long. But doing the same thing where I check the airflow characteristics with the stock hood because I don't have that data. So, after I get this data, the most likely course of action is going to be swapping the hood and putting the stock shaped hood back on. And seeing what has changed, if anything. Now, did I actually did I actually make a substantial enough difference that I will be able to see it in the data, right? And of course, when I say data here, I mean the things that I will see with my eyeballs and store in my head. Because I don't know how to, I guess I could video. So one video, put a camera midway, facing out, trying to watch all of this, and then a camera facing the side window. I don't know if I'll be able to get a wide enough shot. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Thanks for the idea, Chad. Good job. Even though I can't see chat, I have no idea what you guys are saying. You could be summoning ancient evils over there, and I have no idea. Chat, don't be summoning ancient evils. It's probably not a good thing. No reading of the Necronomicon. No calling Cthulhu from his place in the void. Leave them be. Leave them be. Almost done. And all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue. One of the best songs ever made. If our world wasn't filled with such despicality and dum-dums, I could probably play it for you guys. You guys could listen to my playlist. But I recently, so all the problems I've had with stream audio since I get back apparently have been voice meter being dumb. Who'd have thunk it? So for the laptop, I don't really need voice meter, so I just turned it off. But voice meter being dumb, there were a number of streams that did not get background music from my YouTube cleared playlist, which means the mic was picking up the music that I was listening to on the radio, which is my music player, because I don't Spotify or any of that. Screw all of that. Because you tell Spotify, hey, I want to listen to German pop, and I want to listen to J-metal, and I want to listen to Swedish death metal, all on the same playlist. And it's like, what? You want to listen to more than one thing? You want to listen to more than one song? And it just freaks out. Also, Spotify doesn't have all those things. So, I have a bunch of all kinds of different stuff in my playlist. Spotify would never do that. Because Spotify is smart. Yes, stringy bits. I mean, there's no need for it, right? Not really. Besides, you're like, hey man, can you go out to my car and grab this thing for me? Yeah, sure, which one is it? You'll know it when you see it. Who cares what it looks like? I certainly don't. Yeah, but you don't have to drive it every day. If you don't like it, you could just look away. I was going to say close the stream, but don't close the stream. It's numbers. I need the numbers. The welds? No. The metal will, the steel itself will rot out long before the welds do. There's more metal in the welds than there is across the whole sheet. It's, yeah. I won't be doing that again. So the next version is going to be, I'm going to make, so first I need to figure out the tripod. Why are you like, okay, tripod was sitting in a funny angle. Tripod is funny. Haha, hee hee, haha. So this version is literally, like I said, it's just the experiment to see if it will do even close to the thing that I want it to do. Item number one is, does it remove engine bay heat, because it sits at the front of the engine bay. The opening does. And the opening, I've shown it before, right? It drops down on the inside. I did that so that as the air comes in from through the radiator and the condenser, it's forced to go up instead of going straight back and down the firewall. It's a more easy path for the air to move. And because my ignition system sits on the top of the engine, right? I don't want water getting into the ignition system and then the engine doesn't run. So, whew, there it goes. It's already peeling. Nice. So I put the barrier there so that water won't hit the ignition system. It'll run down, and it runs, granted, across the exhaust, which is less than ideal. But there's nothing much I can do about that. What I probably will end up doing at some point later is putting a little, when I do the next version, on the drop down, I'll put a little ridge, a little lip that has little runoff drains, and it'll drip in empty space somewhere. So it just falls down to the ground. While you're driving, it doesn't really matter. The water is going to go wherever the heck the water is going to go, wherever the air pushes it. But while you're just sitting parked, if it rains, it pours straight down on whatever the heck's underneath it, right? So the next version will be better. The next version is going to be, so I got to figure out how to do the drop down. I might use the hood metal, like I did on this one. You cut the pattern and you just roll that straight down. Easy peasy. You cut the under support out of it, roll it straight down, make the side barriers, weld them in. But I might not do that. What I might end up doing is cutting just the hole. Oh, now that's what I did for this one. Cutting the hole, making a template for the thing that you want, flattening it out, cutting that out of steel, bending it. But what I'm going to do this time is it's going to be wider. It's going to come over here to the edge, over to the fender, and I might have it come a little bit over the fender. I'm not sure. But instead of doing this, where it was effectively a lap weld with 19 gauge steel on top of 19 gauge steel, which actually I think it's 18 gauge on top of 19 gauge. what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this shape with 2 or 3 centimeters extra material along the edges. So you bend it in, and then you fold in a flap. I'm then going to drill holes all the way around where it needs to go and plug weld the thing on there. Which does mean there will be some gaps. So, the gaps are going to get probably JB welded together because JB weld does not suck in moisture like Bondo does. Bondo, it absorbs moisture. So you pull Bondo off of a car that's been on there 20 years, and it's entirely possible that metal's going to be gone. That the only thing that's in that spot is the Bondo. And so ideally, I'm not going to Bondo it. JB Weld should grind a little bit easier than metal, but it's going to be harder than Bondo, so you don't want to try to do it by hand. But it'll be not moisture absorbent. It'll be not hydrophilic, and it'll be a better solution anyway. 1,300. But yeah, when I do that, I'll be able to put the metal back underneath the bottom of the hood so that when I pull the lever, it pops up like it's supposed to. Because right now it doesn't do that. That's super annoying. But yeah, it's going to be wider. It's going to be probably taller because I'm going to keep... So what I tried to do is I tried to roll the front end of the hood evenly back into this shape so that it would be nice and smooth. But looking at it now, it would be more effective to have the cowl further up and move the ridge further back along the cowl, which is going to be a pain in the butt to manufacture, mind you. And V2 might take a lot longer to do than this one did. This one I did in 2 or 3 takes. V2 might be weeks or months of work before I even start putting it on the hood and cutting holes and all of that. Because if I'm going to have that, if I'm going to have the cowl itself shaped and rounded, I have to make it flat, shrink the edges so that it curls the steel, and then bend it. I don't know how to do that. Anyway, that's done. Honestly, I think I'm going to pull the Civic all the way in. Leave it beside in the driveway. I think that's what I'm going to do. Which means, move camera over here. I don't know what else there is for me to do right now today. There's some stuff I need to do in CAD. I might end up doing that. I don't know that anybody would want to join me for staring off into space for a couple hours while I do that. Probably not. I have to pull the hose out of the garage. Let me go do that real quick. Well, I'll do that after I end stream. So, I guess this will be the end of stream. because most of the rest of the stuff I need to do is not in the garage, and moving all the equipment is slight bit of a hassle. So, I guess outro time. We got some stuff done. I got the meter fixed. I got the rags washed and my hands utterly destroyed as a byproduct. And I got the, what do you even call that? Aerodynamic indicators installed on the Civic today. So tonight or tomorrow I might take a test drive, just a short test drive. I might go get some lunch or something, and we'll see how it fares. Ideally, I want to take that on the highway and see at 75, 80 miles an hour what the wind is doing, because the wind at 35 is very different from the wind at 80. So, kind of what I want to do is go out and test it, see what it do. For now, I think we're done for the day. I'm gonna go watch some Liddy, maybe some Lily if she's still on when I'm done. In about 15-20 minutes, doing all this other stuff, the little extraneous stuff that I need to do. So we will find out. And it has been great. I hope you guys have a great day, a great night, a great sleep, a great eat, a great walk, great time. I hope it's all great and wonderful and beautiful and amazing. And I will see you guys